2013? 2013, October of 2013. So that was 9 years ago. I was actually like 20 or 21 when this game first came out. So I totally could have streamed it, but I didn't. And I felt like I missed out on a lot. And then this game came out, but it was 30 bucks. I always have such a hard time spending upwards of $5 on a video game. But now, thanks to the Steam Summer Sale, it's on sale. So I'm excited to play through it. Hopefully it's not too late that nobody fucking gives a shit anymore. But hopefully it is early enough that the bird gets the worm. You know what I mean? What's going on, Tibu? What's going on, Jizz Drizzler? Thank you, Chinar, for the 5 months. Appreciate the sub. I don't think I missed any of the other ones. So yeah. Let's fucking game. Probably gonna have to adjust the sound at the very least. Psychonauts 2 is... Oh, yeah, I should pick up Psychonauts 2 as well. We'll do English subtitles. Oh? Do English subtitles. Take any of them. Have you played the Stanley Parable before? No. Is it just the slider until the computer is barely visible? Fuck your horror nonsense. Please enter the current time. It's like... Not PM. Wait, it is PM. I'm 1:30? Have you played Hollow Knight? No, I haven't. Accessibility settings can be accessed from the main menu. God, this gameplay is already insane.
This is the story of a man named... This is the story...
Maybe like there?
This is the story of a man named
Maybe like there. Video, borderless. We can go full screen. Under 44 hertz. I just fine. I'm going to change it to game capture. Make sure we get some nice advanced memeage here. All right, I think we're good. I think we're okay. All right, let's game. End is never the loading.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard.
That's what I do.
Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
Was he, though? Seems kind of soul-draining.
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Oh shit, gameplay. Okay. Crouch. I hate Mondays. Can't jump, though. Where was that camera that I got that little view from?
What are you doing, step bro?
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure.
Oh.
What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility?
Yeah.
He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever.
I'm a mouse.
I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days.
Yo, Dreidel
Had
Camp, thanks for the
years
6
gone
months.
by? He no longer had the ability to tell.
Why
But the
don't
one
you
thing he
Stanley
knew for
Parable
sure,
some
beyond
bitches?
any doubt,
Good point.
was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer.
Coming.
Here it comes.
Ah, fuck. Damn it, we got the drone ending. Okay, well, if I do it again, does anything?
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure.
Oh!
What if he had to make a decision? What if a
Fuck.
crucial outcome fell under his responsibility?
I don't want this ending
He had
twice.
never been trained for that.
Shit.
No.
Not doing this twice. Fuck out of here with this. Where's everybody?
All of his co-workers were gone.
Yo, Such
What could it
Dragoon,
mean?
thanks for the 8 months.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
What's going on,
Perhaps he
Wilku?
simply missed a memo.
We stand this parable, bitches.
I'm gonna do the first playthrough by just doing what the guy tells me. I think that's what most people. Getting Portal vibe. A lot of numbers, a lot of concrete walls, you know what I mean? Look at this high resolution image of Aloof. What's that say? Sales in this quarter. Looks like they're going down. That's not ideal.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
But of course. Where else would I go? Ah, the meeting room.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
How to solve a dispute with a coworker. Let it ball up inside you. Take it out passive-aggressively on other coworkers. Resent coworkers for not supporting you. Using slides to assure employees that everything is okay. Make sure your slide has a slick blue graphic on the header and throw some bevel on all the text. These texts have bevel? Everyone is unique. You most of all. Zumeto, you didn't post a link in your YouTube post. How dare you make me play detective to find the Twitch channel you plug all the time? The nerve. If I put the link in the community post, it doesn't send it to anybody. YouTube doesn't like it when you put links in them for some reason. You gotta, like, not put a link in. Room closet. We'll do this ending afterward.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Wonder what could be up here. Oh my, it looks executive. What's here? Bathroom. Because the boss knows what the boss says goes. If the boss has suffered losses, that's what the boss chose. Makes sense to me, I guess. We'll do the broom closet after. I want to do the default, do everything the narrator says first. Fuck? Go to the...
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck.
We did it!
Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
I wish I had a portal gun. It's dark and I'm scared. Oh, what the fuck? I did not realize I had walked into this.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar.
Oh?
It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
Holy fuck, we're deep.
Stanley walked straight
shit.
ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Light is on. Call extension 914 immediately. Light is on. Mind control. Listen, if you're going to convince me to go somewhere else, you got to have a more professional sign than this one that says mind control. Like, who's even going to believe this one? You know what I mean? Going this way. Wonder what could be in here.
Doing, step bro.
Seems to be some sort of button. Still can't jump. Guess we push the button.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
I'm in front of a blue screen, and I beat it out, and I put a green screen behind me. That's what I did. The button here says I hate Mondays. Okay.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Which one am I? 427? That one? 426. Right? Guys, which one am I? 420? That's not right. I wouldn't have forgot it if it was 420. 427. So this one. But that doesn't look like my office. That's out in the hallway, isn't it? Oh, no, it's that one. It's that one. Yeah, it's that one. That one looks familiar. It's a little dark, though. Yeah, that's definitely me. But what is the purpose of all this? Have I been mind-controlled?
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
These are good questions. What is happening to me?
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
I feel like I can see just...
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Yeah, get fucked, idiot. How am I gonna do that, though? Hopefully it's just a big power button. 2 power buttons. Ah, get fucked, you mind control idiots. Did we win? Can't see anything.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty.
How does he know what I'm feeling?
Was it over? Yes. He had won.
Oh.
He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone?
Yeah, where are they?
How had he been freed from the machine's grasp?
God,
What
it's
other
bright.
mysteries did this strange building hold?
Are there Yu-Gi-Oh
But
cards
as
out here?
sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him.
We did it.
This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
We did it. We got the drone ending. Everybody sip your iced tea. All right. We sat in here. Let me do the one,
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
let me get this
Stanley
one
decided
ending that
to
I
go to the
remember.
meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
How do I... Wait, I can't jump, right? How do I get out of the window? You can get out of the window for an ending. Achievement unlocked. You can't jump. Okay, that's good to know. How do I get out of the window, though? That's an ending, isn't it? Oh! Wait, I got some elevation there. Hold on. Wait, hold on. How do I... The solution. Oh. Hip. Fuck. Hip. 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 Come on. Hip. I know there's a thing. Hip. 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 How do you... Oh, wait. Oh. Oh. Hey-oh! Hip. Hip. Yeah!
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map, until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along.
I did it!
He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think?
It's
Isn't
kinda
this
white.
a fun and unique place to be?
It's kinda
Why
stupid.
don't we take a minute just to drink it all in?
I'm not enjoying
Okay,
this.
I'm over it now.
I am
what
too.
do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
Yes. Yes.
Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just hit escape and restart the game any old time you want, like right now. You could have done it just then. Now would also be an appropriate time to quit.
Let's go.
Any of these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game.
You do
So,
it.
just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how long you can maintain.
Wait, I don't remember any of this part. I just thought you could get out of the window.
There once was a man named Stanley, who people considered so manly. But the truth must be told, he was not very old and was quite particularly gangly.
That a
What
word?
Stanley liked most was buttons. He pushed them like some kind of glutton. He did it all day in a meaningful way, but his brain had long ceased to function.
I don't know if I count that as a
Which is why
rhyme.
he is in this parable and lives an existence quite terrible.
That's a good one.
And if you are not strong and keep playing along, you too will become quite unbearable. Yes.
Wait a second.
You too will become quite unbearable.
I can press both the mouse buttons to move forward. Why would I need to do that? This game designed to be played without a keyboard? It's not that unbearable, I'll be honest. Music's decent. How much more of this is there? I don't want to miss any jokes, but I'm also like genuinely tired of this gag. Does it just loop? Okay, I'm sick of this. Stupid ending.
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself.
Oh?
Minutes? Days? Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more careful with time from now on.
Time had I spent doing anything, really?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I'm gonna follow it up to the end, and then I'm gonna take the escape route. I'm also gonna do the broom closet.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
The broom closet.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
There's a
There was
broom.
nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here.
It's far from empty. There's junk in here.
It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
FA means fuck all, right? That's kind of a... Never heard somebody say that way.
Are you really still in the broom closet?
You're the
Standing
narrator.
around doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
I like it. It reminds me of my office.
You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever.
How do you know
I
that?
never would have thought to mention it. Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path.
Feels like it.
Maybe when you go talk about this with your friends, you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favorite." I hope your friends find this concerning.
Friends, what do you think of the broom closet ending? Are you guys enjoying it? I mean,
Stanley
we've all
was
seen
fat
this
and
joke.
ugly and really, really stupid.
Wait a
He
second.
probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is.
Hey, fuck
that
you.
Or with drug money.
I'm fine
Also,
with drug
Stanley is
money.
addicted to drugs and hookers.
What's wrong with that? That's the end goal of everyone's life.
Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead.
Inside?
You got to
Absolutely.
this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here, when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed on the keyboard. Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose.
That seems reasonable.
Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their
Does that mean the
corpse
narrator
from the
isn't
area
human?
and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway. Ah, second player, it's good to have you on board. I guarantee you can't do any worse than the person who came before you.
$10 says that's not true.
You too? Unbelievable. I'm at the mercy of an entire species of invalids. Perhaps there's a monkey nearby you can hand the controls to. A fish? Fungus? Look, you can hammer out the details. I'm not particularly picky. I'll just be waiting for when you're ready to pick up the story again.
I think this is the point where there's no more. Nah, that's the end, right? Yeah, that's it. That's it. There's nothing else. All right.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I'm gonna do everything, but just try and escape this. Also, I feel like maybe explore the bathroom a little bit more. I feel like there's got to be something interesting in here, right? Extreme bathrooms. Yeah. Wait, I can't really zoom in. What's that say? Data. Tired of. I can't fucking read. Too not detailed. What's this way, by the way? What's in here?
What did you say, punk?
Yo, Monkey Gang War. Thanks for the 10 months, homie. That's a hell of a painting. What's this elevator go to? Oh.
What are you doing, step bro?
Oh shit. There's vibe music. How far up does this go? What? Guys! Hello? What? Did that not go anywhere? What if we go down? The fuck? What is this? Is this not a real elevator? What does that say? I am the most expensive boss. Okay, well. Like there's something out there.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could
He's
it
hearing
mean?
this outside?
Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings. Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy. so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
I'm alright with this.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
Spooky, spooky. What is that outside? Is it just raining? Bully narrator. Fuck, I'm trapped. A pleasant jingle chamber? I wish I had a pleasant jingle chamber. Seems like a good use of space, you know.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Fuck that, we're getting out of here, baby.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
All goes on for a
The
while.
door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
A little bit. Oh. Oh. Oh, shit.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever.
True.
Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
I think I can outplay this some. Hold on. Wait. Maybe if I... Ah! Told you I'd outplay it.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator,
Wait,
as
what?
Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws.
The fuck is
In a
this?
single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
Oh!
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What
Fuck.
exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance,
Oh, wait,
death
what?
becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
I don't... Got really philosophical really fast, and now I'm confused. It's my office. The blueprint shows the office from the beginning of the game. The path from Stanley's office to the two doors was the first part of the game that was built. Sections have been added and altered throughout development, though the core layout remains mostly identical to the first iteration. Second office. The pacing of the opening section was important to get right. The corridor has been moved to alter to make sure the player reaches the two doors in good time. But then what? The set of the two doors open was the very first concrete piece of the Stanley Parable's design. Once the room was created, the rest of the game emerged as an extension of it, an exploration of the contradiction this room posed. This coffee texture is a little bit high for the mug. Right? That doesn't look right. Button sounds. A selection of the sounds used throughout the game when buttons are pressed. Each sound is a mix of keyboard stroke and synthesized tone. Wait, this one... Wait, those weren't the same. Wait. What? They're changing. Office computers. This one's got a loading screen. Installing Character Pro 2 program files. Part Pro PTP.dll. Employee database. Credits. Fuck am I? Office. Was a good show. Maintenance room. Is this Warzone? Early in development, we designed an ending where Stanley would end up in a battlefield fighting aliens. The action game would become sentient and would wage war against the narrator. We realized shortly after starting the build it was a far too jokey and on the nose for the tone of the game. Plus, some people interpreted it as making fun of people who like shooters, which was not our intention. Interesting. Goes on forever. Narrator emails. After the second trailer, we asked people to email the narrator for questions. While we had initially planned to use these further promotional materials, we never find the perfect use for them. Here's a selection of those emails. Oh, that's too much reading. I don't like reading. From left to right, the evolution of Stanley's office over time. The first was created in 2011, the second in 2012, the third in 2013. Okay. Okay. I mean, does it really take that much redesign to make an office? Feels like a relatively unimportant part of the game. Oh, exit. Get out of here.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free. Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another?
Who is this new bitch?
No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let
Fuck. I wanted to hear more of her voice. Is this what death is like? Oh, fuck.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Okay.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
All right, we can try and do everything the opposite of what the narrator does.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
See what's on the right.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Good night.
Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
I would if I could get a beverage. Yo, give me a bev. Do I not have $1.25? I have a job.
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings.
Trying to get a drink.
Really worth it.
Listen, you're not thirsty. Hydrate? I got you, bud.
At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality. It's possible that this is why everyone left.
I don't think that. Don't you put that blame on me. They're gone for other reasons. Did you forget the mind control facility?
Stanley sat around waiting for more dialogue, but when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
Not good at hints. You gotta tell me what to do. What's the message? Can I really not get a drink? Like, why even put this here? You can glitch up a little bit, but that... Hate this game.
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room
Yo,
and took the
bad
first open
lasagna.
door on
Thanks
his
for the
left
bits.
to
I
get
tripped
back
and
to
dropped
business.
some bits. Looks like they landed in your wallet.
Appreciate it, my G. I'm not taking this. Fuck you. I'm gonna go this way.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Do not lie. If you're lying right now, stop. Chat, stop lying. What was the new orange Mountain Dew called? Livewire? Livewire was the red one, bro. I don't know what the orange one is. Oh. Pitch into the... Yep. Sort of key card I need. Do not jump from the cargo lift while it's in motion. It will cause death. Penalty of misuse, $1,000. Penalty for jumping off the cargo lift, $5,000. Whole lot of death. Yep.
But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death.
Fuck.
Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Right, chat. Chat. Hey, oh, what the fuck?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
The fuck is this? Welcome to the whiteboard end. Dog mode? Wait. All right, chat, let me know if you can figure out the song, okay? Anybody get it? I couldn't do it super well because the barking's weird. All right, okay, how about this one? How about this one? Wait, fuck, I can't think of any other song. Okay, how about this one? Okay, I can't control the tone of the dog, so... All right, whiteboard ending's kind of stupid.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
But, I mean, I found the whiteboard ending.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door and this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow, yes, this room. What a beautiful room. What a gorgeous, gorgeous room. Thank goodness Stanley had taken this detour on his way to the meeting room. Life without having experienced this room was now too horrible even to consider.
Wait, what's this one say? This one just says fuel. Doesn't say anything about Mondays.
Yes, really worth it being here in the room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Fuck the left. That's not political, I just don't want to go that way.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
You guys hear the echo? Oh man, the attention to sound design. Okay.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
Who the fuck is he talking about? There were no females in my life. This. Oh, well. Oh, shit.
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this, to reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
There's no phone line. It's just plugged into the wall.
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right.
Where's my dog mode?
Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about
Your damn
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife?
I thought I
Who
made it
wanna
clear that I
commit their life
didn't.
to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here.
Intrigued? Are you sure she's...
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
What? Good morning, employee 427. Press I on your keyboard.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence. Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life.
Not pressing shit. Alright, fine.
But in his mind, he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful, and each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him.
Press V to... Oh.
And
Watch
so
TV.
he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly.
Press H to spend time with the boy. Oh, fuck yeah.
So he went further. He imagined that he came to two open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold.
This is worse than playing the game. Press O to prepare dinner.
As he wandered through this fantasy world,
What the fuck?
he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. and down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions, and down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable.
Press G to tell your kids a story.
It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time.
Press L to tell your wife you love her.
But there is no answer.
Fuck!
How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one.
Have to go to sleep.
And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
Am I winning? Am I showing the game who's boss?
You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself?
Mirror. Hard to question nothing.
I suppose I can't. Not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again.
What?
And Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again. And Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
Did we win? Okay. Well,
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I don't have dog mode anymore.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Excited.
The lounge was sublime, a work of art. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
I don't think there's anything else we can do that way.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Eat my ass. Not going through shit.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track.
Damn right.
So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left.
What's this way, though? Are you sure it's left?
Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake.
I just asked you if you were sure.
No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please?
Like I have a choice.
Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right.
BA start.
Yep. Okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Door? This doesn't look... Oh!
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, hmm? Okay, from the top.
That seems fair. Jump down? Buddy, we do not have the ability to jump.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
We barely have the ability to move.
To go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
All right, I think we've done everything except for go down the stairs, so let's try going down. Oh, wait a second.
When Stanley... Wait, what?
What did we do?
No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors?
Nope.
Did you move the story somewhere, or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure.
Oh.
Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
I do not feel comfortable with this many choices ahead of me. Gonna be honest, doesn't feel like I'm getting real liminal here. Did we... Any... What?
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
Wait, I felt like I was making progress there.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh, what the fuck?
Okay, yep, it's worse.
How'd you make it
I might be
worse?
remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
That doesn't even make sense. Looks normal.
Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait. Never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
Doesn't... What? Fuck?
Now this... Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct?
I don't remember anymore.
Do you remember, Stanley?
What? How?
Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win!
Oh!
Congratulations!
Yo, we did it!
I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job.
Any % world record, baby.
Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all.
Hey, I already
We both
stopped the
know we
RTA
didn't put in
timer.
any
Come on.
actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
Oh!
All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable adventure line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
Okay, I can do that. I can do that. All right. Are you sure? Are you sure? I promise you this isn't the right way.
You see, the line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny.
You say
Though,
so.
here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me.
Okay.
Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right? Okay. Now, if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office, in fact, the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct?
I feel like you're just wasting paint, bro.
That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
What? What the fuck is happening?
Wait, cut the music. Go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
Pat, memorize everything about this fern, I guess. Everything. The number of leaves, whether or not it's deciduous, its native habitat, everything, okay? Memorize this fern. I don't know why, but just remember that, okay?
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
None of this looks like it leads the same way, dude. Oh!
Oh, no, not again, Line. How could you have done this to us?
Look.
And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
What's gonna happen now? Another line. Okay. The narrator.
You know what, Stanley?
Oh.
I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting,
Yeah.
daring, mysterious.
I'm down.
Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Ooh, yeah, I like it. Explore more of the office,
Now,
yeah.
yes, this is exciting.
Yeah.
Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
Did we... Okay, this liminal space over and over again.
Oh, no, not you
Oh.
again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
Okay. Only one way to go, though. Honestly, why isn't it just a straight line? Okay. At least we're back on our own adventure now.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision.
Nice.
From here, the story is in our control.
Hell yeah.
How important we mustn't squander the opportunity.
Of course.
In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here.
Take your time.
Just walk in circles for a minute.
Gotcha.
Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere.
That's true.
Which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in
Probably
turn
the same door.
means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes,
Right.
then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one.
Correct.
Another victory for logic.
Makes sense.
Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
Making sure. I didn't doubt you. Huh?
Oh, hold up, what's this? The confusion ending.
What?
You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending?
This is an ending.
And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined?
Are we
So
winning?
now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this
Where are
thing,
we?
wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want
Find
to
the
forget what's
confusion
going
schedule.
on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't
Narrator
do
forgets
it.
about
I
previous
won't do
restarts.
it.
Attempts
And the
to.
timer
Oh, fuck.
stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle?
Are we winning?
The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen?
There's no longer an
So,
office, simply black space.
okay.
Wander into blackness, find a bookstore, get bored, restart.
I guess
Narrator's
now we just
gone,
wait.
Stanley
You know,
dies.
I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story. Wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or
I don't
the
know if I'd
journey,
agree,
but
buddy.
they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now.
How do you guys
We'll
like
find
this
out,
ending?
won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
Oh, what the fuck? Okay.
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was.
Are we... Did we break something?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Fuck. No.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Crap, I lost my Fern notes. Guys, we need the Fern notes.
Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley for the first, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Okay.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Hey.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Fucking upstairs.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy.
What?
All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down?
Good point.
Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar.
I was just
Were they
thinking
simply
that.
repeating?
Yeah. Oh.
No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground.
Oh.
Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up.
Nice.
How was he remaining so lucid?
Rugs.
And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange.
It is weird.
I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life.
But I was
Hearing
floating.
the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago?
Yeah.
How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream.
Yes.
So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up.
There we go.
He
That should
felt
work.
the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back,
I sleep on my stomach,
the
but go
fresh
on.
air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been.
I thought we didn't have the wife.
My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine.
Guys, I thought we didn't have the wife. I thought the
I
wife was the
am
narrator making fun of us.
Okay.
Do we not have a wife? Do we have a wife? God damn it!
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
Huh. I mean, eventually the existential dread would kick in.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
What?
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work.
Oh, what the shit?
But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day, the very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this.
1 second. Hello? Hello? Yes.
So it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
Do we not afford a running animation? How many endings have we gotten? Oh. Phone.
Good morning. Thank you for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation. We are confirming your shipment of
What's going on, Osmond?
1,327 cardboard boxes to your place of work. Can you verify that this is correct? Excellent. Your order will arrive shortly. Thank you again for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation.
Okay. Just ordered a bunch of cardboard boxes. I mean, it's an office. Of course we need cardboard boxes, right? Oh!
Oh, new content?
Exciting.
What does that mean, new content?
That's what I'm thinking. Huh?
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers.
Uh-huh.
After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers.
Right.
The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over.
Makes sense?
Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
I'm excited.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Yeah!
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet,
Give it
but
some
I'm sure it's
time.
just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
I'm sure there's something to do. Wait, what?
Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh,
there we go. Oh,
all right,
okay.
Finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's
Excited.
do it.
Excited. I don't have a lot of faith in the elevators in this game. I'm gonna be honest.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious.
Mostly tedious.
It's as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
See it. Gonna give it a sec. I have to pee. Going to... Oh, the ads are running automatically, which is good, so I don't need to push buttons anymore. Give me a sec. Stretch your legs. Go drink some water. I will be right back. I got some bagel chips. You guys haven't had The bagel chips, these things from Costco that's got the everything but the bagel seasoning on it. These things are addicting as fuck, bro. All right, you guys ready for more existential dread?
All right. All right, let's see. It's the jump circle?
It only works in the circle.
Doing step bro.
I mean, it's an improvement over the base game for sure. Couldn't jump in the base game. I feel like we should keep a couple jumps for when we have to fight GLaDOS, no? What is the purpose of a limited number of jumps? I don't know if this is worth $30, I'm gonna be honest. Okay, whatever.
Is that it?
I mean,
surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
Does it really take an entire floor for this? We could have fit so much more content in this one. Also, I see the roof of the place. How is there another elevator? Does this one go down?
Goodness, another elevator.
How much higher?
Stanley,
What?
I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content?
I'm not happy with it either.
New content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20
Nope.
hours of new content right there.
Nope, don't do that.
I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box.
How about you
the
don't?
Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh, wait. There's more. Very good.
Nice,
Yes.
nice.
I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
Thought that bridge was gonna collapse. That seems so unnecessary. Oh, that's it?
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar.
Exactly.
And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable.
Yeah.
It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Oh. Hit it automatically. Huh? The fuck is this? This is my office. Narrator, where are we?
Psst. Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something. Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well,
Yes.
it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it.
Okay.
Just our little secret. Take a look.
The fuck is this?
I call it The memory zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
Okay. Wow, I mean, they put the budget somewhere. Look at all that. Wow. You can, it's okay. Okay.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the memory zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
Is this their first dollar? Oh. Unachievable. It's impossible to get this achievement. I didn't look through the achievements. Don't play for 5 years. That's a toughie. Yeah, guys, do you have the notes for the Fern? We're going to need it. New video game releasing today. Creators surprisingly down to earth. Okay, kind of tooting their own horn a little bit, I think. Death ending. What's out here? Oh. In loving memory, little Stanley. What is that, a chipmunk?
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created.
Including
That's how
Halo?
grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim. It was Persona 3. It was all of them. And
Really?
now, it's nothing. It's no
I don't
games at all.
know.
It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore.
I don't know if it was Persona
It's just
3.
a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
I was enjoying the elevator content. I thought it was fine. Memory zone maintenance. Knowing your city. Person of the year. Good fella. Geometry physics.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games, and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
The Serious Room, 2013. Very interesting. How do I get in there? You guys see the sign over here? People play games because of what they can do inside them, and your game is very good at letting them know they can't do anything. Literally anything.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back to have it all over again.
This room. Repeatable carpet textures. Okay, well, can't do anything. Maybe the maintenance door is open now? That.
Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here?
The fact that you can't have a drink in this game is infuriating me. Really wish I had a portal gun.
Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here.
Oh, buddy.
Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
Oh.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to get funny.
Fuck!
I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Unfunny. Yo. I'm not used to having this much freedom. Oh. More negative. Oh. Oh.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can.
A little bit.
Goodness, this is actually quite shocking for me.
A little bit, for sure.
Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with.
What does terse
You can't know how
mean?
much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
Tense, unfun, and dense? That's a lot of adjectives. Heard? Can't get back up there, so do I just drown to death here?
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
Okay. Alright, look, this seems... You can't fuck this up, right?
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you...
Do we do it?
Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of... Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption... Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes. Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here.
Oh?
Oh, hello. It's you.
Hello.
You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us.
Shut up. How far can we push the envelope? Oh, I think time is starting to stop. Oh. We're going
But they
back
didn't
now.
understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs down.
Yeah, end of time, he's still bitching about the Steam reviews. I mean, listen, there's no door, so I don't know what else you want me to do here.
The end is never the end, 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 is never the end.
Oh. I feel this may have sunk back underwater. Okay. Okay. Ah! Salvation? An exit, perhaps? I mean, eventually we gotta be able to get out of here, right? Fuck. Guys, I'm starting to get worried. Okay. Oh. Oh! Oh! An exit! Oh, thank God. Oh. Fuck. How long's it been? Shit. Oh, man. Oh.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Man, what
Stanley
the
decided
fuck
to
is
go to the
happening?
meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Bruh. Oh! New content. Okay. Okay.
Oh, good. You noticed my sign.
Yes.
Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Bring it on. Bring it on. I'm excited. What else could there be? Can't be worse than fucking apocalypse. Other elevator? Come on. We went over this.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is
What do you mean?
why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Really?
This, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
The vending machines still don't work. Got a lot of faith in this.
Calling it
I like
Stanley
this.
Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
That's okay. 2 doors are back? No way. New content is out. New content part 2 is in. Old and busted. New hotness. Nice, nice. More TSP. Better TSP. I like it. I like it. The color red. Leverage holistic value. Okay? All right. Looks like some concept for the idea of the title cards. Okay. Ah, glass doors.
Now,
I like
to be
it.
clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be.
That's
but
fair.
Let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Do we agree with all this? Portal 2 was great. Half-Life 2 was great. Arkham City was great. Haven't played Divinity. Haven't played Doom 2. Aladdin 2, Return of Jafar. That was a solid one. Dark Souls 2, I've only played 3. Are we on board with calling all of these excellent sequels? I feel like some of these were fantastic. They can definitely be done respectably. The prequel to the Stanley Parable? Wait, 2 is a prequel? Is it a sequel or a prequel? Valued investors, this way to the show floor. Okay. New features. All right. I'm happy to have a seat. Can't have a seat. There's a bus for some reason. Little place to take your pictures. Hey guys, I was at the Stanley Parable 2 premiere. Take a look at this picture I took. Expo Hall 2. All right. Oh. Beautiful.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
I saw the new content. I like this merch. End is never the end again. I like it. I like it. Okay. What do we have? The button. So I haven't seen basically any of the new deluxe material. So all of this is new to me. Scan QR code? Oh, okay. See if I can get rid of all this. Okay, let's scan the QR code. Oh, that's a selfie. StanleyParable2.com. The official website of the Stanley Parable 2. That's kind of cool. Wait, you can jump again? No, I can't jump. The Stanley Parable 2, the button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. Really? No way. God, these rooms
For
are...
the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
If it works, yeah. I don't have a lot of faith in this, I'm gonna be honest.
Jim.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim.
Okay.
But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it.
Okay, let's...
Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim.
I am Jim.
I want you to
I
imagine
am
yourself
Jim.
living as Jim.
I am
Sleeping
Jim.
and waking as Jim.
I am
Falling
Jim.
in love and being heartbroken as Jim.
I am
Seizing
Jim.
all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim, watching your dreams
I
crumble
am
into
Jim.
dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now?
I am.
If so, then please step forward and press the button.
Jim.
Jim.
Ooh.
Yes!
Nice.
You see? What a thrill! What a rush!
That's
That was
crazy.
you. The button described you. Do it again. Do it again.
Jim.
Ooh. It hits even harder the second time. If this were the
Jim.
only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
Jim.
Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much Jim. I'm putting the Jim button away.
Too much Jim.
Otherwise,
Wait,
soon
no!
you'll start to lose
Jim,
all sense
Jim,
of who you actually are.
Jim.
No. It'd be so funny if after that little monologue of telling you to convince yourself you are Jim, you push the button and it said like Chuck or something. But whatever, I didn't write the game. Pretty solid, gonna be honest. Can I push these buttons? Guess not. Yeah, if your name actually was Jim, that'd be fucking ball draining.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That
Wait.
would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
Okay. Jim. Oh, what's this? Why? What's in here? Epilogue?
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it would go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Guess that makes sense. I don't know if I want to be upstairs yet. Let me see what's on the first stage. On the first floor. We'll work our way up. What's this? No screenshots? Of what? A new office. Oh, I hate that carpet. What the fuck? Red is the new orange. Okay. New updated ray traced more of the same but in a good way. Okay. All right, not consistent quality with just the right amount of change. I don't have a lot of faith. The button that says the name of the player playing the game, jump circle, infinite hole. Okay. Is this the jump circle? But
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable
What an
2 as
unknown.
well. It's oh wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle.
fuck.
Oh well.
Give me more.
I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece then.
Give me more jumps. People are saying to take a screenshot, but I don't have F keys. I can't do the F key screenshot. I'd have to like control screenshot it, and I don't think it would register that. New easy achievement. Okay. Free achievement. Pull the lever, receive your achievement. No more steps. Why would you? Okay. Seems like
Now here's
steps for a
something
two-step
special.
process.
You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident?
Yeah.
Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that.
Okay.
Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Seems like such a tease. Also, do achievements require this much machine power? Alt or FN plus whatever the F12 key. So what is the button to screenshot? Is it F11? I don't have 11 though. I don't have an 11 number. Is there an achievement for doing?
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
We're looking at this one. What's up here? You can find them. Can you find them? What that is, but I don't want to look at it yet. Let's do exit, jump circle. We did the jump circle. App, free achievement, the button that says the name of the player playing the game, merch. We looked at merch, but there wasn't anything there. Settings World Championship? Where is that? I'm here at 5. It says Settings World Championship should be right behind me. Is it this? Is it... Wait. N? Where's N? Jump circle. Opposite this is the jump circle? No, it isn't. Jump circle's there. Oh, so it's facing this way. So it's on the other wall of the jump circle? Wait, where the fuck is the Settings World Championship thing? Is it up here? Settings World Championship. Yeah, let's do settings. What? I thought we were past the point of locked doors, man. Come on. Is that thing rotating? Holy fuck, it moves. Okay, what else is there? Let's do the infinite hole. This feels like an instant death sort of thing. What's this? Please, no screenshots.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with? You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get Well Someday it is.
Okay, if you say so. Oh, wait a sec. Okay, all right.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
No, you can change your decision.
Come now. You've already made your choice. It's true that you chose badly, but we all have to move on from our mistakes.
Oh, come on. Do you even have the other balloons? I'm starting to think you didn't even have the other balloons. Fuck. Okay, did I miss something on merch? Is there something to click, or is there a narration thing here? No. We did the gym. Did those little screenshots. All right, let's go do the hole. Did the achievement. Did whatever the fuck that was. Infinite hole. That would be impressive. Surrounding area. Infinite depth. Really? Okay. They got a lot of diagrams explaining it. They really need this much stuff around it. It's not even a straight hole? Are you serious? I don't have a lot of faith in this, I'll be honest.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's
Okay.
never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right.
Okay.
Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Ooh, buddy, I got like real life vertigo for just a second here. Is it real?
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so.
Okay.
Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
I mean...
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
I don't trust this thing's infinite. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole.
That's what I thought.
Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's
buddy.
more of a...
Oh,
Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely?
I would have liked to see
The hole
it.
was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean.
I haven't
Why
said
don't we just
anything.
put all this behind us and agree to just call the whole mostly infinite.
I'm fine with
If
that.
that works for you,
That works for
then
me.
Go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready. Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel. Oh, for heaven... You see, I was right. The problem is you.
The hole.
The problem is that you like holes too much.
Damn right I do.
A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there, goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite.
It's
Well,
pretty
I
not
suppose once
infinite.
again, there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so much more to show you and to talk about, and I've had enough of the hole for a lifetime.
Wait, but no, I still have questions.
Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yeah.
I can see it.
I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability in marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter.
Makes sense.
Well, there it is.
Oh.
The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point. It's more of a concavity, or even a very aggressive divot. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge?
It's not my favorite hole.
You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
Oh. Oh.
Is the teleport button not working?
Uh-oh.
You sure?
Pushing it.
Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again. Still nothing?
Fuck, and I'm out of jumps, too.
I suppose there is one thing I can
Did
do
an
to fix
AI
this.
write this? Yeah, it feels
I'm
like
out.
it.
Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else.
You have a lighter? I could
Take
smoke
care,
some of these
Stanley.
cigarette butts.
I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
If only I could jump. I mean, honestly, you wouldn't even need to jump. I could just crawl out of this if I had any real controls in this. Can't teleport out. Music's changed. Maybe the hole will become no hole, and then I can just walk out of it. Maybe with enough momentum. Oh, something. Oh! Wait a second. Wait a second. It's doing the opposite. This isn't a hole. God, is everything in this game an elevator? Well, fuck. Okay, I guess this is how it ends. If enough people jump into the hole, it'll eventually be filled up with bodies, and then it won't be an empty hole anymore. Change your perspective. Oh! Stanley kind of looked like a low-poly John Mulaney. Change your perception. What? Perspective? Perception. True. Okay. I don't like this one. Change your reality. Okay. Ooh. Okay. Oh, puppies. Change yourself, Jay. Oh. What the fuck? Oh! Stanley! What other realities are there? Interesting.
Stanley? Stanley!
What the fuck?
Stanley!
Jesus
Oh, good,
Christ!
you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole?
How about you get me out of the hole? Let's go look at the other
you
shit.
and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodle pip.
Toodle pip me. Come on, not this shit again. Maybe it'll push up? Oh. Oh, that was a real ending. We got the whole ending. Okay.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
I want to do the bucket last, because I think that's a big one. Let's try Fine, it ended. There's an exit. Okay, I guess we'll try collectibles. And you find them. Collect them all, okay?
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
We got one. Okay. Oh, God, you can't see anything anymore. Okay.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
I wouldn't say that's my least favorite part of video games. I'm okay with collectibles. You guys like collectibles, right? The balloon room.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it.
I felt that way.
I am happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket,
there it
a
is.
sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket.
I'm already feeling uneasy. Give me the bucket already.
Give it a try. Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well?
It's okay.
I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person.
Really?
The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they?
I think it's all right.
All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Do I just get to keep this? If the game takes the bucket away from me, I'm going to scream. All right. Well, let's have
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
All right. Well, let's see what we've done so far. We did the jump circle. We've looked at this map. Free achievement. Button that says the player name. We looked at merch. Couldn't figure out the settings world championship. We got the reassurance bucket. We did the office decorations and dialogue, collectibles, infinite hole. I think we've done everything. All right, onward to the exit, I guess. We have to go that way. I'm excited to get more of these collectibles. I wonder where they are. Does the bucket count as a collectible? Yeah, Crazy Blue. Thanks for sticking around, buddy.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
Think so. What?
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere.
Yeah, somewhere,
let's do
for
an
sure.
Experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience.
Okay.
Okay. Are you ready?
I'm ready, buddy.
Here
Let's
it
see
is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
Hmm.
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on, let me do a different arrangement.
It needs to be bigger,
Okay, yes.
at the very
Yes,
least.
This is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2.
Okay. The carpet's
Who
not
am I
an
kidding,
improvement.
Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything.
Yeah.
I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own.
No, they won't.
would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it.
Huh?
I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course.
How does that make
With
it a
respect,
sequel, though?
With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
No way! Let's do it. Stanley Parable 2.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee
balloons!
number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push.
Have you played
how
the first
long
one?
to
We
push
played the
them,
first one at the
and
beginning of this
how
game,
long.
actually.
This is what employee 427
But I hadn't played it
did
before that.
every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders...
Okay, let's skip it since we already know the... Did anything change? Balloons are here.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
The bucket!
Stanley picked up the bucket.
Hell yeah, let's get the window ending.
Stanley clung the bucket to his cheek. Could his co-workers really all be gone?
Yes! Yes.
Yes, whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear. We've done it. We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky narrator. At last,
Extra dialogue.
here in the white void, we are alone. Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self. The bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history, of the countless wars it witnessed, desecrating the land and lives of untold numbers of innocent humans,
Oh,
and
no.
the bucket's own complicity therein, of sadness and regret, and the many years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have taken to curb the madness and the decay.
What the
if
fuck?
only it had been stronger. Of hope and redemption, and its crusade to uplift the stock of life for the common man, to manifest justice where none existed, and the bittersweet reality of time, to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in parcels like charity, and abandoned as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins to dim. The opportunities to do so much more. There was so much it could have done, perhaps, the bucket wondered to itself. Perhaps, if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception.
Yo, what's up with this
was
bucket?
way too much for Stanley.
What are you talking about?
He screamed.
You're a bucket!
To this, the bucket furrowed its brow.
No,
said the bucket.
not
No.
since the evil wizard Gambhorata first ensnared me in his machinations as
What the
payback for the
fuck
secret
is
amulet
going
I
on?
stole from his treasured vaults. I was young back then and could not conceive the ramifications of... No!
Stanley screamed even louder this time.
This is stupid! You are a bucket! This is so stupid! Why are we even doing this?
As Stanley screamed and screamed and screamed, the bucket revealed its true form, transforming into a mighty beast of untold power, its fangs glistening like... God.
Ah!
Stanley, you did it. You saved us from the bucket. Thank God you already had all 12 emblems of sages and knew the incantations to summon their true power.
What?
Otherwise, we would have easily been overwhelmed by the bucket's power. I'm speechless. You've demonstrated such bravery here today. Come, let's restart the game, and we'll agree to never again go trifling with this bucket, nor the dark magic cast away inside of it.
Wow, hell of an ending. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
I'm keeping the bucket. I don't think that ending was canon.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Should we just do the mind control ending? With the bucket? Just do the standard ending?
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket.
What?
You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy. It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket.
Says who?
I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here.
What does a broom need a bucket for?
The cleaning supplies.
It's not a cleaning supplies.
Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this
Are you guys
stream
hearing
of petty
anything?
insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket?
I'm not hearing
Stanley,
the insults.
I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends?
What?
That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never.
Not
Go
wrong.
on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments.
Eat ass,
Expand
broom
on the
closet.
wide variety of experiences
You
you and the
dumb
bucket
whore.
have shared together.
With your
Go through each of them
unfinished
point by
walls.
point.
And your
Share
inferior
journal
mop
entries
bucket.
detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket. As
Worst
they've
ending.
changed and evolved over the years.
Fuck your air ducts.
Let him have it.
Piss off with your finite space.
Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go.
Oh!
There. Now it's settled.
Nice.
No more debate. No more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet.
Yeah.
With all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
Okay. That it?
All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You
Bucket.
see? I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
Was that a concern of ours? Were we worried that this wasn't a bucket we were holding on to?
You know what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
Okay. Yeah, no, I felt like this one. All right, let's move in.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
I love that he's addressing the bucket. Because what else would we be doing? Really glad I hopped into your stream today. This game and your reactions are great. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I wanted to play it. Really happy that it went on sale relatively early. Oh!
You found one of them. One of the miniature
I
Stanley
forgot about
figurines.
these.
Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done.
I'm fine
you
with
can't
that.
buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
For sure. Okay. Does this room still lead to nothing? Honestly, it's been several hours since we vibed out to some music. You guys want to use the fake elevator for a bit? Give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna check my cat. I couldn't tell if that was one of my cats screaming or if it was like a kid in the hallway. I'm guessing it's a kid in the hallway. My cat seemed fine. That didn't really sound like one of my cats, but I was confused. Okay. To the person room.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket.
The bucket is making a big
Now,
difference.
In his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would. And he knew it. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him?
I like to think it is.
This is certainly the most logical explanation.
A collectible.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? Or what about Stanlerines?
Stanlerines?
Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Stanlerine. Okay. Damn it, it's too fast for me.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket.
It's making a difference.
Comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
Can I go back up? Oh, I can.
Wait, Stanley said to the bucket. Can we go back up?
What?
When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3. I want to go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again.
What?
The bucket said nothing.
What? Is this an Easter egg? This game knows me too well. They know I was thinking the number 3. I don't know if I'm convinced that the number 3 does anything.
Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolutely slamming on the number 3 over and over. "Wow," he said. "The number 3 is such a special button. I'm having the time of my life." Stanley looked expectantly at the bucket, but the bucket remained silent. This was a shock to Stanley, who had always felt such a connection with the bucket. How was this not as exciting to the bucket as it was to him? Once Stanley had had enough of the number 3, he got back in the elevator.
What if I type in boob? Really? Yes.
Perhaps the bucket had missed something. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly. A hint of regret nagged in the back of Stanley's mind. Should he demonstrate the number 3 for the bucket again?
I don't have anything else, so fuck it, yeah.
No, said Stanley to the bucket. "You can't go on yet. Not till you understand how much the number 3 means to me.
Exactly.
You and I have been through so much together, and I just want you to see what I see. Feel the happiness I feel." He smiled at the bucket, and the bucket said nothing.
I'm starting to think the bucket doesn't appreciate the number 3. The narrator seems to make it quite clear. Something's happening.
"Here we go," said Stanley. "This time I'll really show you." He ran to the number 3 and began to wail on it like a musician on a beloved instrument, weaving a concerto of truth and passion. He wielded the number 3 like a fine artist would wield a paintbrush. He told stories through the number 3, stories of his dreams and hopes and fears, and the whole time he looked to his bucket for a reaction of some kind. Anything to let him know that the bucket appreciated what he was doing.
Is this
the bucket
working?
conveyed absolutely nothing at all, only silence. Crushed by a wave of dejection, Stanley returned to the elevator.
I have to admit, I wasn't expecting much, and yet I'm still disappointed. Okay. Wonder where the next Stanley figurine.
Stanley and the bucket were so close. They'd always been there for one another. Why suddenly could the bucket not connect with this passion of Stanley's? The question caused Stanley to ruminate the whole way down the elevator. He
Should have
knew
saved
that
the
there
Fern
must be a
notes?
way
Yeah, are
to
we gonna
get
need
through
the
to
Fern?
bucket to communicate fully with his dear friend. Surely there was a solution, mustn't there be?
How do you talk to a bucket? Oh, we tried.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, "Mind Control Facility." The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. "No!" he screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world.
I feel like we're putting a lot of emphasis on this bucket.
He could trust no one except for the bucket.
Like a dramatic amount of emphasis.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Wait, I haven't pushed these buttons before. They do. 3. Where's 4? Is 4 up there? I don't know how to get up there. Where's 4? 1, 2, 3. That's 5. That's 4. I don't know how to get up there. Because this gate's closed. Well, maybe like this? Yep. Oh, that's not working. Just dropping by to say hi and then dipping out because I don't want to spoil the game for myself. Hey, no worries, man. Thanks for dropping by. Alright, well, I guess we can just head this way. What happens if we turn the mind control on?
When at last they came to the source of the room's power, Stanley and the bucket knew it was their obligation to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for. But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds.
Huh?
Silly birds. The control buttons became active again. Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place.
Really?
Living through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
Guys, we got the bird ending. Okay. The weird.
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing.
The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Fuck the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there.
Can I do this
Go
time?
to the cargo lift.
Can I? Of course. Give me my collectible, you asshole.
Okay, I'm going back
Yes.
to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1.
Fig
Let me
leaves.
sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
Fig leaves. For sure we're going with fig leaves, right? Oh, air ducts. Uh-oh. Fuck? What the hell is this? That tapes.
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up.
A damn good bucket.
No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense.
Maybe I should get a bucket.
There's no
like
explanation
IRL.
for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure?
Just be holding a bucket in the next video, don't explain it?
I can monetize it.
I mean, I think this game came out like a month ago, right? So I feel like I'm already kind of late to the joke.
It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket.
I don't know about that
but
one,
I
bro.
have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there?
Oh no, aliens. No, the otherworldly thing with the dragons or whatever. I'm scared it's gonna be very loud. Very loud? Who could know? Oh! Cardboard again.
Hello. This is a recorded message scheduled either by you or a person in your place of work. The purpose of this message is to warn you about the dangers of recorded messages.
Oh!
If at any time you believe you are listening to a recorded message, please terminate it immediately and cease all flow of information from the recorded message into your perceptual sphere. Thank you, and have a pleasant day.
Okay. Figurine Finders Committee? Meeting room in the meeting room? I can get to the meeting room.
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms.
Quick, to the meeting
With
room.
the bucket in his arms again, he was home. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Figurine meeting? Intrigued? Ha! Trust the completionist instinct? How can we find them, bottom? There will be a reward for finding them all. Places to search. Somewhere both red and blue. Stairs. Something to do with the stairs. Ah, guys, we have an objective now. I like this. I like this. Fuck your broom closet. Quick, to the down
Coming to the staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
There's one.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Lorines. None of us can.
When did we agree on calling them Figler and Lorines?
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk?
This ending takes forever.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct
I think we have
way
to take the
meeting
maintenance
room,
exit
but
thing?
Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
The bucket was wrong.
Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
This has to be where it is, maybe, right?
Oh, good, Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually.
What the fuck?
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes,
Fern!
not this bucket.
What the fuck is the baby doing here?
Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
Okay. Down to try.
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
Yes.
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
What? Why? Why is that the goal for me? What's going on, Regulator? How you been, buddy?
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer.
Okay.
I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
I don't know about that, bro. I'm gonna be honest.
Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does?
Does it make
Surely
a third
you don't need
game?
me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
Do I have an alternative? Can I just fucking leave?
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The Broom Closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this.
I don't know about this
the
one.
Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We
I'm not
can't get
feeding
back
it
to the
shit.
classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
Did we... What?
The bucket destroyer. My prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
Did we die? Did we die? Mother of goodness.
A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather.
The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket. Off on another thrilling adventure together.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Well, that... Right, this is... Fuck.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
I don't think the bucket would be gone forever if you give it up. I think you'd restart and still be able to pick up the bucket.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
I guess maybe we try and figure out the buttons in the mind control facility place thing? Makes sense to me. Oh no, maybe we just fucking escape.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
I'm down.
The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
What douche. Thing. Ah, yes.
As the machine whirred into
the
motion
crushalator.
and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket. But what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Adios. Oh. This ending.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end as it was crushed violently to death.
Not yet, baby. Not yet.
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
Christ, it's bright. The bucket. Welcome to the grand exhibit.
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him?
Not my
Can you
bucket.
see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
Wooden bucket. Inferno bucket. The stress bucket. An analogy. Okay. Cave drawing. Buckets predate the existence of mankind? Is that true?
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
The hanging bucket. This piece represents the necessary relationship between bucket and humanity. However clear our grasp of the bucket may be, there is yet more that is always out of reach. Wait! I didn't fall. Did I get the bucket? I thought I was gonna fall.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision for...
Do we play as the bucket now? Death is on the prairie.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed. "Where are we going today?" the bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with him.
Uh-oh. It's already getting metamorphic.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was it? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
No.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo
That
lift,
door's
yes.
open.
Go there. Go. Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Danger, danger everywhere. I dropped a spare? Was this open in the original game? Something?
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, "No buckets past this point." Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless... what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket?
What are you talking
I suppose
about?
That would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it.
I know
This
what buckets are.
could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket.
We all hold liquids,
Please,
aren't we all
step
buckets?
in here for a moment.
Doesn't seem. Oh, for the fuck.
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket?
Don't think so.
Correct. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Enough? I was just trying to be funny. I didn't realize I would get that right. What the fuck?
Item 2. Is this a bucket?
No.
Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Okay.
Item 3. Is this a bucket?
No. No!
Incorrect. This is a bucket.
Fuck.
Item 4. Is this a bucket?
That's a bucket? What?
Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible.
Look, we're 2 for 2. We're 2 for 2. It's fine. It's fine. 50%. We're good. Relax.
Is this a bucket?
This is a trick question. Yes.
Correct. This is a bucket.
I knew it. No elaboration? We're not going to explain that one?
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
No chance.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
Okay.
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere. Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something. And therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket?
Yes.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket?
Exactly.
Mere moments ago, I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket?
Exactly.
Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely.
What?
Okay, here we go.
But I need buckets. And wait,
what happened? Is everything gone?
Everything's a bucket.
Disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket?
Everything's a bucket.
Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all.
That's comforting.
And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news.
We did it, boys. We're not buckets.
Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets.
Okay?
And we'll know that it's all a bucket.
Oh,
if
yeah.
you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person?
Good
all
point.
Right, here we go.
Does anybody know where the last collectible is? All I can think of is riding the elevator
All of his
thing to the end.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinct. Stanley clutched the bucket.
Do we remember
tightly
how to
his
make the
chest. This
doors
was not
disappear?
the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him.
I think we have to
telling
go
him
to
that
the
employee lounge was simply the place to be.
red and blue doors.
And here it was.
Right,
Had
where
the
is
bucket
that?
turned out to be correct? Was this... No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
The last one is red
Stanley
plus
took the
blue.
door on
That's
his
for
left
sure.
To go back to the meeting room.
But I don't recall, or I can't think of where that would be.
Said the bucket.
Now.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else.
I'm gonna go up here,
The
see what
cargo
happens
lift,
with the
yes.
bucket.
Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Oh, no!
But Stanley feared that
I
any
shifted
path
my
he walked
momentum.
might
Fuck.
lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend.
Shit.
So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms.
That's not what I meant to do.
Deeply touching.
All right, that's one more ending crossed off the list, but I did not mean to do that.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
What happens if you don't
Stanley
pick up the
decided to go
bucket?
to the meeting room. The embrace of an old friend. A weathered companionship that stands the test of time.
If you don't pick up the bucket, are you just playing the first game?
Way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was it? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
No.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else.
No.
The cargo lift, yeah. Good,
said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here,
said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Wadoosh. Oh!
Now pick up the phone.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket.
Oh?
Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Is that it? Oh, bucket! Hello, Stanley. It's me, your bucket. Press T to take me to work with you.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
Press X to take me back home.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
Back to work?
Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley! Can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think. It can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
Unplugging the phone.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
It is kind of dumb. Press M to ignore anyone in your life except for me.
It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
It's a solid shine.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another. Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket? Oh no, I'm having feelings. for the bucket.
What?
No. What's going on?
What the
Why
fuck?
do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps, if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes, the bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation. Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it, or I'll...
The fuck is happening?
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others, wherever they were. Just a matter of time.
What happens if we don't take the bucket?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Do we need the bucket? Somewhere both red and blue.
Oh, no. Oh, no, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and coming to a staircase. Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
We already collected the one thing that was down here, right? Red and blue? I don't think it's that. I really hope it isn't that. Because that one's just an endless loop. If it's not there, we have to restart. I would like to avoid. Red and blue. Where would that be? There was already one in the bathroom. Red and blue. It's got to be somewhere near the end, I guess. I feel like it's got to be in the end room.
Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Quelle surprise.
Didn't even need to push it this time. Does anything change if you don't pick up the bucket, or is it just the dialogue line?
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Where's the last Figurino?
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold?
What the fuck?
Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Wait.
Aha! You've made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. Welcome.
I was just absent-mindedly
when
moving.
The Stanley Parable first launched in 2013, getting to the bottom of the mind control facility was a bug that we simply didn't catch during development. And you all sent us lots of photos of it on Twitter and acted very superior about it. And you're all very, very clever. Good for you. Anyway, when it came time to update the game, we knew that we had to do something about this little goof of ours, so here you go. New content. You can call it the bottom of the mind control room ending.
I don't like it.
Is your perception of the value of these updates? Isn't that what you crave? New content? Always more content, more. And I'm here to give it to you. I'm here to make it seem like we really covered every nook and cranny of the game with secrets and Easter eggs. How about this? We wrote a new piece of music just for this section.
Really?
You won't hear it anywhere else in the game. It's a secret that's just for you. That's how special you are.
Okay.
We call this track, Good Job You've Made It to the Bottom of the Mind Control Facility. Well done.
Let's hear it.
Good job. You did it. Good job. 3, 2, 1. Good job. You made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. You jumped on the catwalk. You should have been careful. You should have been careful. It used to be a bug, but now it's an ending. Now it's an ending. I believe in you. I believe in your ability to cross this barrier.
chase your dreams. Railings don't mean anything.
Kind of a bop.
Good job, you did it. 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 Good job, you did it.
Okay. Not at all what I intended to do. I was kind of just running into walls and shit. Okay. Oh.
Hi, Stanley. Just wanted to leave you a message to let you know there's a few things I need you to pick up on your way home from work today. We need milk, cereal, dish soap, spaghetti, get a thing of sugar, some bread, and coffee beans, whichever ones you like. I'll give you a call if there's anything I forgot. Thanks, sweetie. See you tonight.
Okay. God, I missed the bucket. Come here.
The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those things. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the... No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Have we gone down here? You have, right? I think.
Oh, good, Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place.
Oh,
eventually.
right. Yeah.
You see,
I forgot. We did this one. Have you gone down there with the bucket? Is that different?
all of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
No, I had the bucket
Stanley
when I went down there
decided to
the
go
first
to the
time.
meeting room. Not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow. Very lucky indeed. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Somewhere both red and blue.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Is there somewhere with mixed lightings of those colors? I feel like it's gotta be in the last room with the mind control buttons. Not the place with the catwalk, but after that where you have
Stanley
the power.
and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous
Oh man, I almost
room
did it
packed with
again.
television
Fuck me.
screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Bucket, man. Bucket.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world.
Something about 235 is kind of weird.
He could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
E is 4. No, 5 is there, but where's 4? 5. My guess is that that's 4 up there, but I can't open this gate. Not sure. If I go into faculty power, I can't come back out. Issue. I don't think. Anybody know what to do here? How do I get up to 4? How much back seating do you want? I guess, assuming that is the number 4, do I have to turn on the power and come back into the room, or is the solution in the room? I guess would be the only back seating. This is not the room with the last Figley? Oh, fuck. So am I completely lost? Wait, so what do these buttons even do? I didn't even do that in the first game. Get up there. I have so many questions. Whatever, maybe I'll figure it out later. Maybe I have to walk in here first and then go back, maybe? That makes sense? No anymore.
When at last they came to the source of the room's power, Stanley and the bucket knew it was their obligation to put...
Fuck your power source.
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth.
What?
Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life.
Why would you do that?
But it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support, and to... What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave.
What?
Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket.
It's just
Needed the
a
soothing
bucket,
warmth of the
bro.
bucket. Go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No, no, no. Stanley can't leave this place. Not
Just
while
get
he has
a
such
different
a precious bucket in his
bucket.
arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped
W for me,
eternally
I
in
guess.
darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Just die with the bucket? E.g.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so magnificent. Stanley checked his ego and then proceeded onward.
What do we do?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
This place
and
is
here
blue,
it was.
but there's
Had
no
the bucket
red.
turned out to be correct? Was this... No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Don't think it's there. I've explored everything there.
And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section.
We went
and
down.
straight ahead to the opposite door.
Unless I missed it, it wasn't there. Inside of a sequel exhibit, we did that. A large room with a lot of boxes. I don't remember which one that was. Stairs, something to do with the stairs. That was at the bottom of the stairs. Nearby a fireplace, a private but smelly place for an important person, the bathroom. Some were both red and blue. Both red and blue.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Is it here? I mean, there was already a Stanley thing there, but is this red and blue?
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground.
Where?
Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance
Red light,
now,
blue
he
wall?
heard it,
I mean, I
calling
guess,
to him.
but...
Stanley! Stanley, it's me, the bucket.
Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Come to me, Stanley. Find me.
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along.
What?
It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out.
Really? That was a bit of a fever dream, huh?
This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
Oh, right, we get the crazy ending.
Mariella woke up on a day like any other.
She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket.
True.
Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and
Okay, I get it. What do we do now?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I feel like maybe we need the endings with
Stanley cradled the bucket in a gentle embrace.
or like the two splitting doors start going crazy,
yet
maybe?
Compassionate.
Blue
Stanley
and red.
clutched the bucket
Need
tightly
blue and
to
red.
his chest and entered the door on his left.
Blue and red. Blue and red. Let's really think about this. Somewhere both red and blue. So it's someplace that's red and blue, or possibly purple, which is a mix of red and blue. Construct new structurally sound board. Red and blue. Red and blue. Follow clues provided by employee 416. Red room. 416. Maybe that's it? Maybe we gotta check out 416?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had... Stanley's bucket. The only co-worker he would ever truly need.
416. $416. Interesting, but not. No, we went through this door once when we had the adventure line thing.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest, and this was not the correct way to the meeting room.
But to get the adventure,
Stanley
I don't
had
remember
felt
what
the
I
bucket
did to
calling
get the
him,
adventure line
telling him
ending.
that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Don't remember what we did to trigger that.
Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this... No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the... And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Don't pick up the bucket? I don't know if I'm capable of doing that, I'm gonna be honest. Maybe we are the collectible? Shut the fuck up. All floating objects, synergize our resources to ensure their retrieval. Any questions? No memo from management. Who took these pictures of them? Follow clues provided by employee 416. We can do it. Red room. Yeah, the red room one is the one that's got me confuzzled. That's the only one that hasn't just been sitting in plain sight. The false prophet. Beware the false prophet. Not sure. Red and blue.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
I mean, we already did the bathroom. There's a lot of situations that are kind of red and blue. Like this is red and blue, right? The downstairs car light felt pretty red and blue. Don't think this elevator has anything to do, right? Already did this one. I guess it's been a while since we vibed to some music. Maybe we just relax. Try and use our brain.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
I tried pushing up, but that did nothing. Maybe it's in the bucket pop quiz area? I feel like there wasn't a collectible there, and that felt like a pretty new area.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
We know it's not there, right? Escaping is pretty linear. I'm a little confused. I'll be honest, I don't know where to go from here.
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
I don't know if I believe. Whoa! Whoa! Whoa!
Is Stanley, without the bucket, really Stanley at all? No, surely not.
Wasn't there some kind of alarm that turned everything
Stanley
red?
clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Don't know if I remember.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was.
This place is
Had the
blue.
bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Is there a reason to go through?
Good,
said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all
Already
the way to
done
the
that.
top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
What?
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point. Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
See, why not? We've already done this one, so unless there's a way for... This area is blue. Wait, this area is purple. That's red and blue, isn't it? Maybe we have to get every question right on the quiz.
Now then, I'm going to run you through some tests.
That's got to be what it is. Chat, do you remember all the answers?
The thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket?
No.
Correct. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
I think I remember the answer. Not sure.
Item 2. Is this a bucket?
No.
Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 3. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Correct. This is a bucket.
Okay. Last one's a tractor. Or next one's a tractor. This is a no.
Item 4. Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a tractor and not a bucket. To be honest, I just sort of put this one in here as a gimme, but I was starting to get concerned that even this might be too much for you. Thank you for not making me look like an idiot. Okay, next one.
The next one's going to be a tractor again, right? Do we just say yes to that one? It was correct the first time.
Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a bucket.
Yes to this tractor. And then what, do we push nothing for this last one? Since it's both a yes and a no?
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
Do we push nothing? Either works? Okay.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
That's all of the questions, right?
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one.
We have to say no to this, right?
Somewhere.
We have to say no to the nothing, right? Nothing is not a bucket. Right? Okay, there we go.
Yes, thank you. There's nothing here. Of course it isn't a bucket. We both know full well that nothing isn't a bucket. Wait, when I say nothing isn't a bucket, that makes it sound like I'm saying everything is a bucket, which of course is not true. Unless, is that what you think? Answer me straight, Stanley. Are you trying to tell me that you believe everything is a bucket?
What is the answer to that one? Is everything a bucket? Is this going to affect our ability to collect a Stanley Figurino? Is everything a bucket? No. Well, everything is a bucket, right? No, not everything's a bucket.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago, I could answer these questions with confidence.
Is this the same ending?
And now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket?
No.
Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay.
Yo, Duke 9200, thanks for the 2 months, broski. Appreciate it, my G. Team Stream Dream
What
Team.
happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my god.
Guys, where's the last Stanley figurine?
Except me. I'm not a bucket.
I think I'm too confused to try and figure out where the last one is. Where's the last one?
You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the
You don't know? All right, I guess we gotta figure it out together.
So, tell you what. I'll reset everything, and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person.
Here's,
all right, here we
here's
go.
the next thing I would try. Let me know if it's just going to lead to absolutely nothing. I think I'm going to go down the elevator in the maintenance room again to the, what is it? The, what is it called?
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others, wherever they were.
The baby and the wife and the thing. Maybe a hint would help? I don't know. I mean, is going down the maintenance elevator the right move? If it's not, here's a hint. You must be bucketless? Okay. If I have to be bucketless. Oh! That's right. I have to be bucketless and then go to the place that didn't allow buckets. Of course. Okay. There you go.
When Stanley came
Thank you.
to
That's a
set
very
of
good
2
hint.
open doors, this was not the correct
I appreciate
way to
that
the
hint.
meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
Red
But
door,
eager
blue
to
door
get
room?
back to
What are you
business,
talking?
Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Wait, is this in the first game? Could you jump off the
Stanley was
catwalk and
so
access
bad at
this?
following directions. It's incredible he
Was this
wasn't
open
5
in the
years
first
ago.
game? Did I not get that ending in the first game? I've never
Look,
been here in the
Stanley,
first
I think
game.
perhaps we've gotten off on
I
the
didn't know
wrong
that was a
foot
red door,
here.
blue door thing.
I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've... What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a...
And there it is. The last Stiggly
The
Wiggly.
last Stiggly
Savor this
Wiggly.
moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward.
Damn
I
straight.
would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that.
That's
So,
true.
instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Or what that was.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
I haven't listened to him up to this point. Why would I?
Perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
Colorblind.
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door. All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you?
I do kind of remember
Do you not think I
that
put a
red
lot
door
of time
thing.
into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback.
Sure.
There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. Oh, of course. A 3. Really? Maybe next time we can get you to form an actual opinion, you know? Any level of critical thinking or engagement with your surroundings?
I thought it
Does
was
that sound
meh.
good? Think we can do that? Yes? Wonderful.
Okay,
Here,
fine.
based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Okay. Stanley Parable Worldwide Leaderboard. Okay. Okay.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please.
I'd say it was about a 3.
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting.
Okay.
You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you?
Ah, let's check it out.
Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail.
Okay.
It's a very meaningful game.
all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective?
Okay.
Be sure to keep notes on your experience. You heartless bastard.
What?
Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me?
I was taking a
Because
drink.
If it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game, just to ease the pain? Let's see. What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
Hope it's Galaga.
Aha! Fascinating.
The
What do
fuck?
you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
Is this a real game? I don't recognize this one.
Oh no.
This Assassin's
No,
Creed?
can't be.
Feels like Far Cry.
It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off. Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing, that big open, just wandering around, no right or wrong directions, no path to follow.
What
You
the
can just
fuck?
go in any. Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game.
Well, if you give me a second, I think I can get out of here.
Something with nice, big,
You
insurmountable...
guys seeing the geometry of this tree, dude?
Okay, I think this will be just the
Oh,
thing.
so close.
Dick and balls.
Dick and balls indeed.
Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind.
Rocket League.
Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
Maybe if I walk into one of the goals.
Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball?
Yeah, it's
Stanley,
sports ball.
I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together? Yes, I think surely we must.
Drop a ball
Okay,
in.
Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
Why would you put it in the middle of the fucking thing? Oh, I'm fast now. Yes, yes. Double oinkos. Oh, look at my fucking air juggling. Hold on. Hold on. He's going in for the critical point. They're not ready for him. They're not ready. He's incredibly erect. That's a goal. Let's go.
What are you doing?
Oh, fuck me.
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
Oh, shit. Fuck me. I thought there was more flooring. I scored a victory royale. Oh. The hell is this? I don't like how dark it is. Hello? 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 Taking out my earphones. If something jumps out at me, I swear to God, I'm throwing my fucking computer out the window. Hello? Is this Gary's mod tech? Oh, I fucking walked back to the exact back place I fucking walked to. God damn it. Hello? Oh. Oh. Anything happening? The light at the end of the hallway. Could this be the success for which the bell tolls? Oh! Uh-oh. Oh, wait a second. Oh, this looks familiar. Hello? Is there something to do here, or do I just reset? This would... Oh! Something happened.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
Oh! Full restart? Or are we in yet another game? Oh!
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's just...
What?
It's those figurines. Those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one.
I did.
Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life?
Absolutely.
Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness?
Richness
Yes,
has
I know
come
we're supposed to be
inside me.
telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
Now remembering when Stanley found the collectibles. Yo, Cece, 87, thanks for the Prime sub, homie. Appreciate the support. Welcome to the Meme Stream Dream Team. Hope you enjoy those fancy new animated emotes you have access to.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
I collect this one? What? What? That's too many. I have too many now. The bathroom again?
And here was a second Stanlerine. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the boss's bathroom. You did that, Stanley.
Coming in from watching on YouTube? Yo, appreciate that, my
G. I had
G.
no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways.
What I'm here for, baby. That's what I'm here for. Warehouse.
Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini stand? Can you remember?
There isn't one in the boss's office.
No. The warehouse was the 4th place you found a Figanley, not the 3rd. Well, I guess perhaps I shouldn't be surprised. Memories like these are so precious and so cherished that they all just sort of blend together, don't they? You know what? If the warehouse feels like the 3rd place you found a collectible, then who am I to go making judgments? Let's see. What came next? Oh, yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh, well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
I don't think that's how that works, buddy. I don't think I've ever been in this room. I'm starting to get confused. This one I remember.
This was the 5th mini stand, and this one was really something special. It was under the stairs. I remember it so clearly.
Remember
In
it too.
fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
Yo, Death7S, thanks for the 2 months, homie. Appreciate it, my G.
Keep up the quality content.
I will, my dude. Thank you so much. Might do a video on Clussy. Release it tomorrow if I get around to recording it tonight. I don't know how much I have to say about it, but it feels funny. This is going on for a while. You guys remember these Windows Movie Maker fucking video edits?
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
Oh, man. The bodies hit the... That would make it better. Sure. Ah, yes, the red and blue
And then,
door.
Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figly and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other, except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
True, too. You are in the present?
And then there was no more, because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, Memory Zone.
Check developers' Twitter if you haven't already.
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on.
What?
Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the Memory Zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
I don't see the purpose in that. Are there more figurines?
Okay, yes. The room with the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the Memory Zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going. I want more.
Gonna be endless, my G.
And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched?
I remember. Oh, we're doing it again. Okay. All right.
Yes, I love that video.
I thought that video was a video. It was a video, for sure. Pink room.
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one.
Gonna
Good
be
room,
honest.
though. A solid room.
I mean, it's okay. It's not my favorite.
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have neutered the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
Is that true? What happens if we go to the boss's area? Didn't do this last time. Oh. Oh, I guess nope. I guess nope. That just doesn't exist. You get it wrong, it doesn't exist. That's how it is.
This was our second Figly. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going.
Yes, the
This
Figly.
is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the Figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
Good question. I don't have an answer for you. Oh. No way. Oh, wait. This isn't... Is it?
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything.
That's true.
In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is. I want more. More memories.
Can I have more jumps? I haven't jumped in hours.
Oh, yes, the two doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one.
Okay.
And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office?
My consciousness started with the office.
I can remember.
I was born into this.
Yes.
All I've ever known.
I'm remembering something now.
Oh.
I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy, and I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But
what? I'm not real?
It's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley. How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. As Stanley lifted his bucket, he felt a connection to all buckets everywhere. This adventure, he decided, was for all. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door.
Can we do the buttons in the mind control room now? Reboot the game entirely?
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever.
Could I do that?
Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Reboot the game entirely? That the play? I'm gonna give it a go. I'm gonna quit the desktop and then I'm gonna relaunch it. I don't know if it'll make a difference, but maybe it'll make a subtraction. You know what I mean? Let's see. You guys as tense as I am? Wait, what are you doing? First time you booted up the game, you set the time to 1:30 p.m. That was fantastic. You did a great job. But this time you simply entered 12, the default value. You didn't even try. I have to say I'm a little disappointed. Perhaps you don't think that it's worth taking the time to set the clock correctly? Do you think I would ask you to set the clock if there weren't an integral part of the gameplay experience? Not trying to get angry. Just a lot of people ignore these gameplay settings altogether. You're not like them, right? Look, next time you boot up the game and see the screen, do me a favor and actually set the time, okay? How do we have this talk? It's a weird thing to get bitchy about. Cute little Easter egg, though, I suppose.
This is the...
Even unlocked. Welcome back.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
What new mysteries lay in store for our bucket-loving heroes today? Let's find out.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Jim. Are there any other clues anywhere?
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
I don't know if I'm even moving towards a different ending at this
plummeting
point.
towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped,
What's up with
monitored like guinea
234?
pigs.
What's up with that?
The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Oh.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation.
I still
Controls
can't get up
labeled
there.
with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Anybody know what to do in this room? Do I have to turn the power on and then get back in here and then... Oh? Am I getting the order wrong? Do I have to start with one of the other ones? Maybe you have to hit 4 last? Oh, man. I mean, that's definitely the 4 button, but we can't get up there. Maybe, can't make this room less dark. I mean, I think I have to turn the power on first, right?
When at last they came to the source of the room's power, but at the last second, the
Can I go
bucket
back
jumped
after I
in
do
and pressed
that?
the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly.
I go back?
Silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
Oh. I think we're gonna call it there for Stanley Parable. Hope you guys enjoyed some of the nonsensical stuff. This game was fun. I feel like it added as much, if not maybe not more, but it definitely added as much as how much was in the first game. And I feel like a lot of it was pretty solid. I really enjoyed the museum of random dumb shit. I liked... I don't know. I feel like the bucket gag didn't get too old playing through as much as I did. Solid game. The fact that you can play the entirety of the first game in the second game, I think is really smart. Because it's like, you know, people aren't going to go back and play the first game. Probably everybody knows the first game. Gives you this whole option to either, oh, you've never played the first game and you spent the money on the second game? Here, play the whole first game. It's not that long. Enjoy it. And then we'll just sort of work you in to what the second game is. I dig it. But I'm going to go get some food, maybe do my best to work on a video for tomorrow. So hope you guys enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you so much for playing along with me. Appreciate all the chat messages, all the subs, all the bits. Thank you guys so much. I will try to get back to streaming more regularly. I just need more ideas for what to actually do when I am streaming. But I'll do that in my own time. Enjoy the rest of your day. Have a good one. Peace.